was on Thursday, and I had a football on Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day. So I'm not going back on Friday. And also Thursday. I'm going to the biggest people in the world, and they said, Johnny, you're paying for capital Israel. We wanted to talk about I wish I thought that was a lot easier than getting into an argument. Because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to...
By the way, I'm not going to follow the entry. Yeah, this is what it looks like. You know, this is the embassy. Big fucking... Like, this is not a sticker, okay? This is engraved into the wall. And for generations, this will be carved out of the wall of the embassy, you know? Donald J. Trump, president. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He likes his name on things, I've noticed.
Beach and the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron. That's what they say. You can delete anything. It just led to something that I promised and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights and the cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations relief and agency. And the United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter. Dead, stone cold.
¿Qué onda?
¿Qué pasó, güey?
Bueno, pues nos atacaron, pero defendí y se fueron. Entonces ahí te robé tus cosas y no sé si te las puse todas para atrás.
No, tú tranqui, no pasa nada, sin problema. Escúchame, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Ugrameamos la base? ¿O vamos
Lo
a
que
por
tú quieras, papi chulo. Lo que tú quieras. Podemos ir al centro del mapa, ya ves que está el Golfo de México o de América, Golfo de América ahora es. Hay un ¿cómo se dice? Oil rig en español.
Ah, sí.
Vamos a ir a hacer eso. Anoche estuve haciendo las tarjetas y agarré la roja y la azul. Iba a hacerlo yo solo, pero me mataron y perdí todo.
Sí, tranquilo.
Ven, mira, tengo que enseñarte la base, pero ten cuidado porque puse torretas. Espérame, necesito conseguir algo. Espérame, no abras las puertas todavía porque te van a dar un plomazo.
No.
No bajes todavía. No bajes. Tengo que apagar las torretas porque no te mato. ¿Dónde puso la madre esa? Ok, ahora sí. ¿Ven? Acá, acá, hacia acá. Yo, hello. Okay. ¿Para allá para abajo? ¿Para abajo? Hello, what happened? Okay. No, ven hacia acá, Joker. It's okay, don't worry. Just don't shoot at us and we won't kill you. What's your name? Ábrele. No, your gamer. Here, I'm coming outside. I'm coming outside. Joker, cuando termines, ven para acá para afuera.
Ok, ¿justo alguna más?
Hay más afuera. Tienes que adueñarte de ellas porque si no te van a disparar cuando las prendas. Hello, hello, hello.
Yo,
What's up?
this is my base, right here. So please don't raid me.
So you're the one that's living right next to me. Okay. What's
Yeah.
your name? Nugget.
Nugget
What's up,
Hunt.
Nuggets?
Yeah. What's up? What's up?
Yeah, just me and some other dude. We're cool
I
and
bet.
chilling.
Nice, nice.
You need anything to start off with? Maybe a gun?
Nah, I'm good. I
You
just
good?
don't want to get raided. That's it.
Yeah, man, don't worry.
I bet.
Um, anything, let me know.
Okay.
See ya. Bueno, algo pasó. Tenías como 3 torretas aquí, pero no sé qué pasó.
La volarían,
¿Cómo?
que la reventarían.
No creo, porque si no aquí estuviera todavía el piso, a lo menos.
Escúchame, si quieres podemos quitar todas las casitas que hay aquí alrededor, ¿eh?
Bueno, pues el vato que ahorita salió dice que esta es su casa. Mira. Dice que esta es su casa y no quiere que lo matemos. Al rato le voy a decir que se mueva de aquí, pero...
¿Y esa?
Al rato le digo que se vaya de aquí, pero por lo menos no está haciendo nada. Este lo podemos radiar, si quieres.
Yo creo que aquí con balas explosivas no la hacemos, ¿eh?
No, ahí tengo explosivos. Podemos usarlos. Vamos.
Ah, ok. Hombre, más que nada, si el tipo nos molesta para hacer el compound y todo eso,
No, el vato no va a poder hacer su casa más grande. Si no lo vamos a matar. Estoy dejando que viva a un lado de nosotros, no que haya competencia, ¿sí me entiendes?
sí, sí, sí.
Bueno, pues anoche hice torretas, pero se me deshacieron. Yo creo porque no estaba conectado a la base, güey. Si no está conectado a la base, no consume materiales, ¿sí me entiendes?
Ah, sí, puede ser.
De
Puede
la,
ser,
ne-
puede
de
ser.
la nevera. Y desapareció. Pero pues ahí estaban chidos.
Aquí tenemos una puerta de garaje, ¿eh?
Sí, lo
¿En este?
podemos poner. Lo podemos poner. Bueno, pues tengo 6. A ver qué tanto hace. Vamos a ver qué pedo. Ahí están disparando.
Habría que farmear, ¿no? También.
Ocupamos roca para hacer el compound. La hice de madera, pero me la tumbaron de volada.
Lo cogí todo, solo falta el armario, que ahora lo reviso.
Bueno. Tengo balas para hacer esa madre.
Ok. Wow. Pero que no hace falta eso, loco.
¿Ah?
¿Es de alta?
No, es de fuego.
Ah, ok, ok.
Hasta para allá. ¡Allah Akbar! ¿Algo bueno? Uy. Bueno, vámonos.
He conseguido una torreta y una cortamaderas.
Hell yeah, mi torreta. Conseguimos más un chingo de material. Sí, entraron y nos querían chingar, pero se fueron a la izquierda en vez de la derecha. No encontraron nuestro cuartito.
Bueno,
De lo que conseguí. Aquí está. Conseguimos. Disculpa.
sí, sí.
Te regreso.
Ok.
¿Vas a querer farmear, pues?
Ok.
O agarra ¿cómo se llama? Ya ves que cada día puedes agarrar tu kit. Compa.
Momento.
Listo, ok.
So what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months.
Yep, true.
But I've never asked.
Listo.
Israel, they don't have really too many enemies right now. And
¿Vamos a ver ese desmadre o lo ignoramos?
Digamos a farmear.
¿Sí? A eso vamos.
Haría falta azufre y eso.
Sí.
you know what?
Yeah. And most of them were wiped out by Israel. October 7th was obviously a tragedy, but it was also probably the biggest military miscalculation in the history of warfare. Israel got attacked on October 7th, and they proceeded to wipe out.
Anoche me topé con estos vatos aquí de la derecha. Y
Sí.
son unos camaradas con los que anduve jugando la semana pasada.
Ah, ok. Ok, ok.
A ver si te los topas, tienen el mismo disfraz que tengo yo. Uno blanco de vaca, sí, ¿sí lo viste?
Sí, sí, lo vi, lo vi.
Ellos me lo regalaron. Entonces, ahí por si los ves. Ya les dije que tú eres mi compa y todo, pero no creo que se acuerden tu nombre.
No, 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 no se acordarán.
No. Uno se llama Dan Ninja, dice ahí, Dan Ninja. Y el otro se llama Mitch.
Okay. Oh,
Hezbollah, wipe out 50% of the Houthis. Wipe out. Basically, Iran's military. People are unaware. All right. This is the biggest miscalculation in military history.
Many countries have gained great respect for Israel.
Hezbollah does. Hezbollah was mega. So Hezbollah is a terrorist organization from Lebanon, north of Israel. They blasted them so badly, Lebanon people basically took out the rest of Hezbollah. So yeah, they're kind of broke. They're not really doing anything. To the point that even when Iran is the major funder of the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Iran said, "Ha, Hezbollah is gonna fuck you guys up," and Hezbollah was like, "No, actually, we can't do anything," which I really did was very funny.
Can't respect anyone, but they gain respect. History has shown us that those who are relations while those who have devoted resources and attention for the destruction, even annihilation of Israel, have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not.
Oye, ¿tienes un hacha contigo?
motosierra.
Consigue un poco de madera, ¿no? Para hacer unas paredes.
Toma.
¿Dónde está? Oh.
Compa, aquí.
Going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. The closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political.
Parece abandonado, ¿no?
Fool's peace.
Sí.
If we can get to
Not to quote the Bible, but there's some kind of vibe going on in Genesis. I don't know if any of you read the good book, but it's almost like God was right again. Kind of weird how that keeps happening.
this difficult problem solved and opportunities for all within that vast region of this world. It's a vast region. It's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse.
I don't think I've ever seen him say something like that. It's up to you guys to work hard to make sure that this happens. Like, I hope he's okay. I hope he doesn't die on us. For real. Like, he has aged a lot. Like, I've been following him politically for a decade now. Like, you know, he's aged. He really has. I really hope he's okay.
¿Hay algo?
They were somewhere hesitant, and I tell you, four countries are tremendous good, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit of
By
Nah,
the way, one of the major reasons why the October 7th attack happened when it did was
nada
to
más
stop
un
Abraham.
poco de de vida y un elevador. 3 elevadores.
Accords. Abraham Accords. So they wanted to fucking goal is the annihilation of the Jews. That's basically what Hamas said. I'm not really putting words in their mouth.
The report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding of the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with
Open a chime checking account in 2 minutes. We'll spot you up to $200 for a festive spring and beyond. Apply now. Download the Just a Guitar app and start today.
Prime Minister Tani was really
¡Queda atrapado!
great person. So we had a great talk.
Arriba hay otra caja, hay doble caja arriba, pero no llego a verla.
No hay nada, ya lo chequé.
Ok.
Desde aquí puedes agarrarla. Pero nada. No hay nada. Vamos a donde. Hacia el norte ya no hay nada. Le damos para el este, ¿no?
Minister Al-Thani was
Al-Thani. Oh, that's that guitar guy.
Of Qatar was they really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation.
Yeah, basically Trump forced Bibi to apologize to him for bombing the Hamas leaders on Qatar soil. Definitely the type of thing that would happen if Israel secretly controlled America.
Conversation. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed.
Not even exaggerating, there is some guy in my chat that is literally crying about January 6th. This is the level of retard we're dealing with.
To launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct? Thank Qatar, its leadership, the Emir, is a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do it. So now
Stop being fucking retarded. Stop killing your own people. Can you stop killing your own people, please?
it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with. Because it's over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over.
Yep.
So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years.
Yep, that's
5
Hamas.
years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their plans for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everyone wants to see, everybody wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war.
For the record, the extremely fair proposal is the trade of the 25 remaining living hostages for 150 Palestinian terrorists that Israel will be returning in exchange. But yes, I think realistically, everyone just wants the war to end, the people to come back, and Hamas to lose power. That's what we want.
Canada's back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone as
That'll be nice.
chairman of the board. I'll be involved in meetings with some very smart people that will be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There's some of the hardest problems in the world to solve. That's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this is more than a try. I mean, I think this is powerful countries.
Paso.
Have a lot of money.
Un oso, un oso, un oso.
Other countries try and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer world. Hopefully. I want to
72 hours. If they don't agree in 72 hours, it's bad news for them. Holy shit.
Era un oso, güey. Un oso. Dale, yo te sigo.
Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is standing there just silently the whole time next to Trump. Like, we're zoomed in on Trump now, but Netanyahu is just standing there, like, off to the left, not doing anything.
I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings, the emirs, and the presidents, and prime ministers, people like that.
That would be great.
And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with. And it's happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a meeting, a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. They all came into place. They all took place. Everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. Just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation as the debate. I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation is everybody wants to be a part of it. Everybody is strong.
That's why we are delivering the government of Gaza to the joint coalition of Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes. They will be in charge of all the decisions. Anything they agree. You know what? Honestly, I have really hot take. We need to get Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes to unite, and anything they both agree on should immediately just happen. Like, should immediately beat Congress. Right? If they agree on something, Congress should not have the ability to stop it. I want a joint authoritarian dictatorship bilaterally controlled by Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes. Anything they agree on should immediately happen. No district court judge should ever have to say they agree. Then it's true. It's right. Because they're on the same page. Okay? They're on the same page. And it needs to happen. That's my honest take of the day.
Everybody wants to do so. Congratulations. Drowning achievement training. This all works out. I think it will.
¿Obtuviste cuero?
Sí.
Déjamelo, así hago armaduras para que no nos afecte tanto el frío. Aquí, aquí. Quítate todo lo de chapa, así no te da frío.
Very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages.
Cuidado, cuidado.
Hamas's military capabilities and its political
Torreta.
and ensure that Gaza
¿Cómo
never
dices? De torretas.
and poses a threat to Israel.
That was the plan from day one. This could have happened on day one. About Palestinians is a liar. He's a lying rat. This could have happened on day one, and it's all Hamas' fault that it wasn't.
We would not have achieved this turning point.
I'm so tired of people trying their best to take the moral high ground and just virtue signal. Right? The virtue signaling, I'm so fucking over it.
Without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel. And they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism.
It's so funny how every single world leader basically repeats the same thing like every single speech.
Mr. President,
All right, you know what? I'm just gonna say it right now. Mr. Prime Minister Netanyahu, sir. Please don't mention the Holocaust. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Please do not mention the Holocaust. It was a terrible thing that happened. My grandparents were Holocaust survivors. It was something cool happening. Mr. Netanyahu, I am begging you with my whole heart. Please do not mention the Holocaust, sir.
as we stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieved the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow.
All of this stuff are all based on like Bible passages, you know. Rising Lion comes from Bible verses, right? So they all, every single one, they all come from Bible verses. All these Israeli weapons, Psalms about how God puts a dome of iron around you, you know, like David's sling, like the missile defense system. Literally, it comes from that.
Hamas will be disarmed.
There is no reason why Israel and every single pro-Palestine guy can never explain why Israel should willingly back down and let them continue to torture their people. There is no explanation. They should surrender and give them back. And if they don't, then they...
Will retain security responsibility, including a security agreement for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority.
Run by Trump!
It's Hamas. The first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an and demilitarizing. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do. This is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give. Everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, permanently end the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security agreement for the foreseeable future. I wish I understand that we're giving everybody a chance to achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they totally accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of the Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that after October 7th would reward terrorism. As for the Palestinians, I appreciate your firm position that the PA can have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. What you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not
Yo ya estoy lleno, ¿sí? ¿O tienes mochila?
Así que también.
Ten,
¿Vamos
ten.
tirando para casa?
Sí, pero tienes mochila. ¿No tienes espacio? ¿Cargas estos?
Un momento. Vale, listo, lleno.
Vamos a la house.
Service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental check and enduring transformation. And that means ending being a slave, changing poisonous textbooks that teach Asians to Jews how to teach. Stopping incitement.
¿Hay algo?
No, no, nada. Joker. Ya,
Llevamos como 9K de azufre, ¿vale?
¿Cómo dices?
9K de azufre, de sulfur.
Oh. Regresamos a tomar estas dos o qué?
Okay.
I'm deeply grateful for their work in so-called terrorists. Make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, these are extraordinary terrorists. Wasn't targeting Qatar. Of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen. Wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body. You know, United States, Israel, Qatar, to work out respective grievances and partnership. But if we could try to mitigate this and put it on a different footing, I think that would be good for everyone. Above all the people, crime team, many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. May I add, in Hebrew, may we all be inscribed in the book of life.
So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and but Iran, I think it maybe is that's really appropriate to take questions from those of you who may be hesitant as you go away. But thank you. That was good. Good job.
Ahora iré a por un Stone y
Mándame.
van a ir a por madera y lo dejaremos hecho el compound, ¿vale?
Ah, ok, ok. Voy a ir aquí a la gasolinería a reciclar.
Ok. Hay 44 de basura electrónica, ¿eh? Son bastante scrap.
No sé. ¿Qué tan grande quieres el compound, güey?
Dígame.
¿Qué tan grande vas a querer el compound?
Pues no lo sé, estaba aquí ordenando un poco y ni que sea para poner un par de hornos y algo para quemar fuego.
Afuera quieres quemar, ¿verdad?
Sí, ¿no?
Sí, 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 sí.
Tenemos como 2000 de scrap, ¿eh?
Construirte el... Oh, no, ya lo tenemos, ¿verdad? Ay, güey. La verga, me asustó este puto.
fue eso.
But all in all, I'm really hoping, realistically, with the help of God, we can, with the most minimal amount of innocent people dying, move forward to a new, beautiful world. Dieu veut, but God wills it. Pray for peace. And also, I'm sorry, but fuck bad guys. I don't like them. All right, I know. Listen, some people think you should forgive bad guys. I personally don't like them. That's my hot take. Fuck them. And to all the people that are, for all the free Palestine people that are mad about this, we know your virtue safely free. Go. All right, well then. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, man.
Apply now.
Open a chime checking account in 2 minutes. We'll spot you up to $200 for holiday seasonal energy and more. Apply now. Open a chime checking account in 2 minutes.
Erica Kirk tweeted yesterday, on Sunday, go to church. This tweet got 12 million views and 330,000 likes. This tweet was retweeted by Elon Musk, a very, very well-known atheist, allegedly. People are unaware of the religious resurgence of faith in the United States, especially, and I think across the world. But you know who is fully aware of it? Demons. Yeah, demons know about this. There have been multiple shootings that happened yesterday in America. We're going to be talking about this in the land. And obviously we're going to be remembering Charlie Kirk. Because realistically, I think that Charlie Kirk kicked off a revival in the country, and a beautiful one at that. I've spoken to people that I've never known as religious, and they tell me that they're finding God again for the first time, like their childhood or whatever. This happened to me 3 separate times with content creators. It's absolutely insane. It's really crazy to see it happen. Thank God. God is good for sure. I do believe that to be the case. Never forget. They called Charlie Kirk a fascist. They got him killed. They celebrated his death. They came to his killer was MAGA. They called themselves the victims. And they want this to happen to you. All right? Never forget. That's where we're at. That is where we're at. This is where we're up. And I think it's really important to also recognize that I am the media. So I'm actually going to cover this. Some of the Democrats are absolute degenerate shitbags. We aren't even remembering Charlie Kirk today. We're also going to be talking about the retards, the psychopaths, the murderers, and the tragedy, because everyone else covers this wrongly, so someone might as well cover it correctly. Now, let's not forget, about a month ago, there was a Minnesota Catholic school that was shot up by a transgender creature named Robin Westman. Wrote things like kill Donald Trump, rip and tear, defend equality on a trans gay flag, had some crazy random anti-God bullshit. This is like blatant religious persecution happening in real time. It really is. And I think Christians are being targeted around the world. I think Jews are also being targeted. Jews have been targeted ever since October 7th, honestly. But I think right now it's much more of a very obvious fight against Christianity and honestly, I really feel like that's what it's up against. I feel like the whole satanic, abortion shit, transgender stuff. Like, the way I see it, these are people that take basic biblical values, contort them, convert them, twist them, and now they hate you for being a normal guy with basic conservative values. They will kill you and celebrate your death. And the more this happens, the more you see it. So, unfortunately, tragic news from yesterday in Michigan.
Te tronaron bonito, ¿verdad?
Michigan, currently in the middle of an Islamic takeover, and active shooter opened fire on a church in Grand Blanc, Michigan. Multiple victims confirmed, and then set the building ablaze. And then they killed the suspect. They killed this guy. It's insane. So this is, like, this should not be happening, man. And we don't have to look at this. We absolutely have to fight back. We absolutely have to fight back against this, man. And by fight back, I mean non-violently, of course. We have to violently and vigorously have faith in God and fight the good fight. That's what I believe. Obviously, not forcing anything down anyone's throat. My belief is we are reaching some sort of end time, some sort of very, very pivotal historical moment. Because right now, it's more obvious than ever that there is a war against God that's being waged. I think this has been happening for years. I think the way the colleges have been propagandizing people, how secularization was basically kind of making this entire concept of how, you're not allowed to make fun of any minority, but you are allowed to make fun of religion. How movies, propaganda, Hollywood, everything is pushing the most antithetical shit, the most anti-Bible values shit of all time, constantly. Some would call it woke, All right, they've awoken and realized that they should actually be worshiping Satan or something. But this shit is tragic. It really is. And I feel like we're at that turning point. Turns out there were 4 people killed. Originally, one person got killed, and then 4 succumbed to their injuries. Multiple in serious condition. Entire church burned down during Sunday service. What a tragedy, man! What an unbelievable tragedy. It truly is such a horrible, horrible thing. So Trump made a tweet. Russell Edmonds is the president and prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints Mormon Church. Passed away last night at the age of 101.
Enjoy free 12-day delivery and easy returns on thousands of products at AliExpress.
Play now.
He just had his birthday earlier this week. Russell was sharp and engaged. Service up until the end. Hearts and prayers with his incredible life, Wendy, his 10 children, 57 grandchildren, more than 167 great-grandchildren, as well as members of the church all over the country. Russell had a remarkable life, pioneering life-changing, life-saving art surgery techniques, and of course, his ministry of many decades. He was a physician, literally and spiritually. He'll be greatly missed. Very, very nice tweet, but very, very sad situation. Now, I saw a lot of people on Twitter beefing whether Mormonism counts as Christianity or not. I personally am not a Christian. I'm not a Mormon, so I am not qualified to say anything, but my simple response is, literally, fuck you, that's not the point right now. Okay? And that's not the point. You can argue about that another time. You could argue about whatever you want. Right now, from my perspective, there's a war on people that are trying to serve God. That's what's happening. All right? Now, whether you believe in specific, slightly different delineations and, manipulations of whatever you want to believe, that's fine. It's the same God, and I honestly think that that's kind of missing the point. It really is, and it's sad. It's sad to see a division happening there. So, J.D. Vance made a tweet, just an awful situation in Michigan. FBI is on the scene. The entire administration is monitoring things, say a prayer for the victims, first responders. Of course, tap sign. This is a both sides issue. Here it is. Clearly, both sides are the problem. Admittedly, I jumped the gun here. I tweeted this before I actually knew who killed these people, before I knew the political alignment, but I was correct. It turns out I was correct. Now, because ultimately these two sides are really not so much Republican, Democrat, registered voters, as much as the people that are fighting for their faith and the people that are fighting the good fight versus people fighting for the forces of evil. But anyway, I made this tweet. There was another horrible shooting at a church today in Michigan. At least one dead, 10 injured. Before it was announced that 4 people unfortunately died. People have been waking up to battlefield versus good versus evil that surpasses politics and policy discussions in America. For the past 2 years, we've been carrying firearms to synagogues due to increasing violence. I urge all of my Christian brothers and sisters to do the same. There is clearly a war against God in the West. Charlie Kirk's assassination, there's been an undeniable resurgence of faith in our country, and it seems like the devil is doing his damnedest to stop it. He will fail. Praying for the victims, of course. And that's kind of where we're at. Kind of where we're at in the West right now. So, for some more, this is the shooter of the church. He was a 40-year-old Rocky war veteran, white man, and so forth. The Democrats immediately are like, oh, another white guy being violent. No, I mean, in reality, black people are way more violent. All right, this is the statistic. So every Democrat that's like, another white guy, we're ignoring the 5 black people that have done this that you were ignoring. Okay, like, just let's start with that, okay? You look at the actual crime statistics, that's where we're up to. So this guy had a Stop Trump sign in his yard. So, I mean, he is an anti-Trump guy. But again, it's really not the point. From my perspective, the actual point is this is a man that fought people and killed people because of their faith. I really feel like that's kind of the important point here. Like, this surpasses politics. The left boys are still trying to turn this into a left-right issue. I'm over this issue. You're on the happens to be, I think, most of the people on the left are on the side of evil, whether they know it or not. But this is a good evil issue. It really is. Anyway.
¿No tienes cama o qué pasó?
Me mataste con una mina, güey.
Caroline.
¿Cogiste mis cosas?
No, no las agarré.
Ok.
Oh, sí, cierto, güey. Puse minas alrededor de los árboles. Ten cuidado con tus cosas. Mira, ven. Mira, compa. Mira, Joker. Joker, estás arriba de una mina. Te estoy tratando de explicar, compa. ¿Me escuchas?
Sí, te escucho, te escucho.
Ok, mira. Aquí alrededor de todos los árboles puse una mina. Mira.
Ok, vale.
Lo puse porque mucha gente pasaba por aquí. Nada más aquí alrededor, mira. Ten cuidado. Están a un lado de los árboles nada más.
Ok, pues voy a pegar a otro lado. Voy a
No
cortar
los, no,
árboles a otro lado.
no tumbe los árboles de aquí.
Voy a los de aquí.
About the motives.
From what I understand, based on my conversations with the FBI director, all they know right now is this was an individual who hated people of the Mormon faith. And they are trying to understand more about this, how premeditated it was, how much planning went into it, whether he left a note. All of those questions have yet to be answered, but certainly will be answered by the FBI. From what I understand...
So that's kind of where we're at. That is kind of where we're at. It is a fight against faith. It's really what it is. That is absolutely what it is. Of course, all the activists, all the blacktivists in the country decided to come out. This is Don Lemon, retard extraordinaire. You know, he pops out. He's like, "There's a white man violence problem."
Didn't look like you, didn't vote like you, didn't sound like you. White men, something is broken. Something is cracked deep inside when so many of you believe the answer to fear, loss, change is violence. Are you looking?
Yeah, you're literally talking about the wrong demographic of people. Like, this is absolute fucking insanity. Bro, again, all of the statistics. 50% of the murders are committed by 6% of the population in the United States. So I'm not going out here saying you're something inherently broken in every man, but that's what you sound like. And also, it would be more accurate than whatever you're fucking yapping about. And also, the violence is coming from the left. Like, dude, it's leftist violence. Primarily, you know, like, dude, you're actually concerned. So again, they're trying to twist this, obviously, because it's a white man that kills people, so obviously that's the case. And, you know, this is Representative Eric Stilwell. He is in Congress, right? This is a congressman, right? Government official, a congressman, very important guy. I'm sure J.D. Vance agrees with me that it doesn't matter if the Michigan terrorist was a MAGA supporter, because in America, regardless of your politics, violence has never been the answer. In other words, virtue signal. Both sides need to calm down. Both sides need to tone down the violence. As you can see, this is the guy from Michigan with the Trump shirt that says Trump. It says Trump. And with a Trump shirt, now this is a very weird image of Trump. But anyway, as you can see, he was a MAGA guy. Or at least would be if he didn't post an edited photo. We have a representative of the United States of America on the Democrat Party that got 3.5 million views, pushing a propagandized, photoshopped photo to, again, make it look like Trump voters are all violent. Now, for the record, there's no community note on this post correcting it. This person knows at this point, it's 7 hours ago, he absolutely knows this is fake. He still didn't take it down. This might be one of the most evil things I've ever seen, all right, coming out of, like, American politics. All right, this isn't fucking Destiny or DeSantis. All right, this is a congressman, bro. Like, this is actually fucking. He posted a photo. No, this is evil. You're actually posting this. This is a congressman that posted this photo to basically how violent Trump voters are. This is evil shit. It really is. It's unbelievable. Holy macaroni. So JD Vance, Democrats are about to shut down the government for the demanding which is a good analysis. But again, this is included in this video because I still think this is part of the war made family, which is pretty bad. says, as a Christian, God, lowercase God, would hate you. You're not a Christian. So a 25-year-old ace-flux transbian says that God would hate you. Now, again, this is retarded in like a million different ways. Disgusting, honestly. I mean, look, I'm not a Christian, but I'm disgusted on behalf of my Christian brother. We have the same Bible. I'm pretty sure the Bible would not support half the shit in your Bible. Okay, I'm not trying to be rude. Right? As a Christian, God would hate you. You're not a Christian. This is, as a God would hate you as a Christian. X to doubt. This is crazy. And of course, the response is insane. Listen, man, your church looks like this. It's not a church. Correct? They're worshiping the wrong guy in a church like this, to be honest. This goes against the Bible. Look, man, I'm not forcing anyone to be Christian. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. You are going against the Bible.
Fallo, ¿no? En el compound.
¿Cómo?
Se pueden colar por aquí al ladito.
Tú estás hablando de la montaña, ¿verdad?
No, por la puerta que da a la montaña.
Fuck.
Habría que poner algo ahí.
Yep.
Ok.
Esto lo arreglamos.
Says Polling USA, an atheist account. Arguably, this church follows in the teachings of Christ more than most others do. No, actually, Christ was not a big fan of sexual deviancy. Turns out, shocker. I know this is literally his pride. But yeah, no, actually, no, that's not even true. No, again, this is like plastic stuff. No, I'm not a Christian, but I'm the arbiter of a Christian, and Jesus would agree with me. If you disagree with me, you hate Jesus. Again, this is literally every time. It really is a battle against faith. It's a battle against biblical values. They are coming to contort it. They're actually, I can list you 10 Bible passages that disagree with whatever. Look, man, bro. So, funny thing is, by the way, if you go to like this Christian, this very popular religious Christian account, and you search for Christian, you'll notice the whole tweet. This is crazy. Like a constant flux of saying you're not a real Christian. This is like the entire account saying you're not a real Christian. I'm shocked. Anyway, I didn't even expect to see that. What I wanted to show you was a whole tweet from this person saying.
Apple doesn't want the public to know about this. You don't need a new phone. You just need to clean the one you have. AI Cleaner will eliminate photos, videos, and contacts to make your phone feel brand new. The battery will last longer, too.
Like this. Like, it's almost like there are actual people coming in to subvert your faith and your culture in the most unbelievably diabolical way, or something. Anyway, anywho, we'll lose it. Shane Gilger, everyone's favorite bad bug on the internet, decided to tweet at a time when Muslim Americans are in the middle of their biggest civil rights struggle, desperate for humans. First of all, what the fuck are you talking about? This is not a thing. I mean, this is literally not a thing. American press with anti-Semitism. How biased do you have to be? The Israel supporters are the powerless victims in this country. So I responded, 2 Israeli Christians get murdered in Washington, D.C., Jews get firebombed in Colorado, Catholic kids get murdered in a church in Minnesota, then people get shot today in a Mormon church in Michigan. The Muslims both affected. It's crazy how this keeps happening. I can't believe how this happened. You know, my biggest fear is if ISIS detonates a nuclear bomb and kills 100 million Americans with a nuke. Think about the backlash against peaceful Muslims. Now, Bad Boy is not responding, even though I fucking double ratioed his ass almost. But this is insane. This is crazy. They are still gonna fucking do the victim shit. It's unending. So, this is another situation that happened yesterday. Texas man arrested for threatening to shoot up a pride parade and payback for Charlie Kirk. First of all, disavow. Don't go killing people, actually. Never do that. I don't care. Again, I fully am on the both sides should not do it. It just happens to be coming from one side. Fuck this guy. But also, to be clear, and so this is finally used. Obviously, this is being pushed by the leftoids to say, as you can see, violence is on one side, a white man problem. Now, to be clear, just to understand the difference, this man was arrested for threatening. Okay? You cannot compare a man threatening to do a bad thing with actual assassins, straight up assassins that are murdering people, shooting up churches, firebombing schools, killing random people. That is not the same, all right? Not the same as the Carlos Ramos. Destiny says that conservatives shouldn't be safe, shouldn't feel safe in public. Hassan Piker says that you fucking let the streets flow with the red capitalism, the capitalist blood of his enemies. All right, you get Ethan Klein say that they should bomb the NRA. You get Bosch says the same. Like they all say the same shit. They all play the same game. To be clear, those guys were not arrested. This guy was arrested for threatening, and this is now the guy that the leftoids are using to say violence on both sides. Literally, like this is insane. Now this is insane. So anyway, I mean, I got a couple of people mad, which I believe for. But thank God he was stopped and overturned. The left needs to turn down the temperature and stop celebrating murder. The violent fascist exterminationist dehumanizing rhetoric of the left. Also, this guy might have even been elected with unknown motivation. We don't know. Am I doing this right, leftoid? Am I doing this right, libtard? Did I do it right? Libtard just telling me that the murder Charlie Kirk was secretly a MAGA guy? Yeah, fucking retard. So yeah, anyway, I'm really glad this successful way made But think before you sleep, made a really long video. He dedicates the second half of his video, which is super long, to Charlie Kirk. And I want to watch it because I really do think that in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, people are waking up and the devil is overplaying his hand. I really do believe against faith, and I will take part in proxy war, non-violent wars, in every possible way. However, and I do think it's important to not be overwhelmed, not be sad about these things as much as you can. You have to pick yourself up and fight the good fight. And honestly, it says in Isaiah 1:9, I accidentally looked up 9:1, but I meant 1:9, so I can actually read it here correctly. If the Lord of hosts has not left us a small remnant, we would not have become as Sodom, would have resembled Gomorrah. If we fail, if we don't fucking pick ourselves up and pick up the bloody microphone and fight for what we believe in, then we will become Sodom. We will. That is an inevitability. Ultimately, it's your doing nothing that will destroy you. It's your giving in to your cowardice or your depression that will rot you from the inside. And I feel like that's the lesson. That's the Charlie Kirk lesson. What is come out there, he was still born. And unfortunately, evil is not something to unify with, evil is something to destroy. So, log in. Let's see what we got.
Charlie Kirk isn't shot, and I couldn't believe it. So I started researching, and it turns out that it actually did happen. So I made a post about it on Twitter, sharing my disbelief, thinking he was probably okay. And then someone generously posted an uncensored close-up video of the shooting, and immediately I knew it was over. But there were no official...
By the way, I told you I was in a group chat. I was in a few group chats when Charlie Kirk got shot. And we were all kind of literally freaking out together. We were all freaking out at the same time that this was happening. And one of the people that I was talking to quite a bit of time was Think Before You Sleep. We were both absolutely shaken. I watched Charlie Kirk stuff. I feel like I knew him better than Think Before You Sleep. But any normal person with a soul felt that. Because they killed him because he fought for God. That's why they killed him. They didn't kill him because he had financial policies like Trump. They didn't kill him because he was ICE agents, right? Because he supported deportation. They didn't kill him for any of those. The person that killed him was a hedonistic guy dating a transgender furry boyfriend that hated him for the hate that he spread, which is a code word for someone who has been completely subverted, completely and utterly subverted by a really, really evil ideology. Yeah, what a horrible situation. But that's what we never forget. That's why we need to keep making it. That's why we need to keep making it the line. We need to fight for what we believe in. Again, you don't have to agree with what I'm saying, but I think it's completely undeniable that there is a persecution of a war against faith in the West. I think it's been like this for years, but I think it's literally obvious right now.
Still announcements yet. People were saying that technically he could still survive, even though it looked bad. So I spent, I believe, about 2 hours frozen in front of my computer screen, refreshing Twitter, hoping that we would get news of yet another failed assassination attempt. Maybe we'd see Charlie in bandages, he wouldn't be able to speak that well, but he would give us a thumbs up, and we would know that everything is okay. But that didn't happen. Instead, what I found was a tweet from Hassan Piker, of all people. America is an insanely violent nation. Gee, I wonder who the fuck has been promoting violence for like his entire career, Hassan.
Yeah. Absolutely evil. This is crazy.
Then Twitter gave me a second tweet from him. Trump announces that Charlie Kirk has died. Maybe it's poetic that I heard the news from Hassan first, or maybe it's demonic.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family who he loved more than anything in the world. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
I'll read it again.
That's crazy, because obviously the left took this as a moment to attack Trump for turning down the Democrats. The irony will never be lost on me, man. It will never, ever be lost on me that they murdered this man and they immediately told us that we need to come down, we need to turn down the temperature. Never, never, ever. I'll never forget that thing. I'll never forget that.
Charlie Kirk's final tweet said, America will never be the same. They'll never know how true that statement is, and we all got the pleasure of being traumatized by 2 snuff films in a 1-week period. One of the most polite and empathetic live debaters that I've seen, Charlie Kirk, was shot because of what...
And then they like, this the real-time media machine, the moment he was killed, his body moved to control. The media machine immediately swooped in and did their absolute best to demonize him and to kind of like subtly say it's a good thing he was killed. Aside from the retards celebrating on TikTok, right, so the retards on TikTok, they're out there celebrating whatever. And the media machine does their absolute best to demonize this man, to take him out of context in every possible way, to say how actually he was a guy spreading hate. He wasn't a guy that was out there spreading hate, and he didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve it. He is with the Lord, and he is fighting the good fight in heaven right now. And he left us his microphone to keep fighting here. But that's where we're at, man. That is absolutely where we're at.
He had to say, and an innocent woman, Irina Zarutska, who was just trying to use the train, was stabbed by some lunatic who had 14 priors. Worse yet, not only did they suffer, but all of us who watched the video had to suffer along with them. I think for different reasons, though. They suffered the tragedy, and the people who were close to them suffered the loss of a loved one. Irina's family and friends lost her, Charlie's wife lost her husband, and now there are 2 children who will grow up never knowing their father outside of a computer screen. Not to mention the worst of this, which is that his death happened in front of his wife and his daughter. So they have to suffer the direct trauma of loss. And all of us have to suffer with the knowledge that we're living in a very different place than we thought we were. It's crazy to me how just one did...
Correct. It turns out kind of half the country wants the other half dead because they believe in God. Kind of crazy how that happens.
2 months ago, we were all celebrating that Charlie got parodied by South Park.
Unfortunately, public speech comes with that risk. You make a very good, terrible point. Unfortunately, it does come with that risk. However, it shouldn't come with that risk. And you know who doesn't have that risk? The leftoids. Destiny does the same fucking school trip, school public discussion, debate throw, college kids bullshit. And for the record, he barely has security. You know why? Because the people that are actually fighting for God don't want to just go out there and fucking kill somebody. It turns out it's the ones that hate God are more than happy to violate the 10 Commandments.
Thing is just awesome and hilarious. There's so much more I want to say about this, but the whole shtick, by the way, Comedy Central, South Park, you crushed the water. I compulsively drink water on campus.
He literally starts taking the lid off, and before he can get a drink in, he sets it back down and grabs the mic and shuts down the person he's debating with.
That clip was hilarious.
This was such a win and a fun moment, and clearly South Park put a lot of effort into copying his mannerisms. So moments like that kind of make me sad on a personal level, and I'm sure other people feel the same way. But in the aftermath, we all suffer with the idea of what this country has become.
For me, the most heartbreaking clip is like right after he was killed, and I saw the close-up shot, and then like you see the clip of like his daughter running up to him and hugging him, like his 2-year-old, 3-year-old daughter. And like the empathy party, the empathy party, man, the empathy party celebrated. That's why I kept saying that their empathy is a lie. It is a lie. It is a lie. They don't have any empathy for any of these things. They don't care about these things. None of that matters. Okay, they don't care. They don't care about Palestine. They don't care about Palestinians. Right? They don't care about a single one of them. They could not give a fuck. It's all a virtue signal. It's all a joke. It's all a lie. Every single bit of it. if they cared about Palestine, they would want Hamas to fucking surrender because that would end the war. But they don't care. They do not care. It's all a grip. It is all a grip. They danced on TikTok and their movement died.
To watch people be brutally killed, and then see the next part of this story, which is everyone who was happy that those people got killed.
I've started videos Charlie Kirk getting his box. Boom, boom, bitch, like, I know it's with it.
Yeah, they got Charlie Kirk, bro. I've never been happier.
For the record, all these people want to kill you. All these people want you dead. All right? And then they say unify with them.
I will not ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
Rest in peace, Bono. Maybe there are good guys with guns out there. Oh, he was a man with a wife and kids. Yeah, and now they're sick from him.
I think most people watching can sympathize with how sick and disgusting it is to see people cheer on a public murder, not because Charlie did anything criminal, but because they disagreed with his ideas. Here's J.K. Rowling tweeting the day after. If you believe political opponents should be punished with violence or death, you're a terrorist. Well said.
Millions of people in this country apparently
By the way, I was thinking of making a follow-up video on this, by the way. And because this is, I think, a very, very true fact. Sean had got so much hate on Twitter. Sean had essentially made a video saying, yeah, we should not be celebrating murdering innocent people. And you know what happened? Twitter cancels her for being a Nazi. She is leftist in every single one of her ideals, from her view on sexuality stuff, or her view on fucking social policy, socialized medicine and healthcare. She is a leftist. She is a Bernie Sanders fan. She said we should not be celebrating murdering an innocent man. And they called her a Nazi and blamed her and dragged her on Twitter for it. And everyone, you know, who saw it coming? Me. I saw it coming. Because again, it's not about politics. It's about good and evil. It really is. It's about good and evil. I think every single person was made in the image of God, and we have an internal moral compass. Every single one of us, whether you have faith, whether you don't, we have an internal moral compass that understands fundamentally the difference between good and evil. You also, however, have the devil whispering in your ear, trying to convince you that evil is good, and good is actually evil. If you're religious, well, that I think that puts you on a path that you can understand what the whisperings are and what.
Pedo. ¿Dónde lo vamos a poner? Lo vamos a poner cerca de la puerta, porque voy a poner torretas.
You should not listen to her. You're a good person, I think.
¿Qué onda?
El agujero de acá de la puerta.
Sí, ahorita hago otra, ¿cómo se llama? Otra pared y la voy a poner aquí.
Will also sometimes very simple conclusions. It's kind of weird how the people that follow basic conservative biblical values create the best lives for themselves. It's like every single time. It's kind of weird. Now, aside from the whole spiritual faith aspect of it, it also gives you the best, healthiest life. Shuanhead is a woman that is married, that has a kid, that loves her child, that despite the fact that she has economically leftist policies, is someone that makes one YouTube video a month. That's her job. And she's able to spend as much time as she wants with her kids. She may not be religious, she may be an atheist. She is following a much more Bible, ethical path than the people that want to kill her. You know? That's what it's all about.
The acceptable response to speech they don't like is murder.
Now, I will note that there was a shooting at Evergreen High School in Colorado on the same day that Charlie Kirk died, so I'll briefly address that by saying that it's sad, and I'm tired of all these assholes sacrificing children for political points when all they have to
do. Every single one of these people are standing in the graves of children to make up political messages. It's the Palestine thing all over again. Like, dude, if you're in America protesting Palestine, what the fuck do you do? You're in America. Let's fix America. You're protesting Palestine, but you're not protesting Christians getting murdered in Nigeria, or Druze and Christians and getting murdered in Syria, or Muslims getting murdered in Congo or in Yemen. You're not supporting any of that. You're only supporting the one thing, the one random virtue signal thing. Joke. What an absolute fucking joke. We're standing on the corpses of people because you hate Western civilization, but because you hate a culture based on biblical values, right? That's what the West is, all right? America is a fundamentally Christian nation, and these people hate that, and they can't even put into words how much they hate it.
To do to stop the vast majority of school shootings is hire a few armed security guards to protect the students and protect the teachers. Like, why is this still an issue? This is why I hate politicians. There are tons of simple answers to these questions, yet they refuse to do what's obvious. Anyway, let's go to the moment where TMZ employees were caught cheering in the background, right after the news that Charlie Kirk died was released.
Janet, go. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
The great part of this is that TMZ did a follow-up video where they said that people in the background were cheering because of a car chase, which if you sync the time of the car chase up with the cheering, nothing important was happening. So everyone thinks TMZ was full of shit. But they weren't the only ones to backpedal. Here's a singer who ironically goes by Bob Dylan, who said this.
I want to dedicate this next one. The guy that said death to the IDF, right? In Israel. This is the guy that goes out there cheering death to the IDF. It's a mandatory draft, so that's basically all the Jews. He also, pretty hilarious, celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's almost like it's a war on the West. And it's almost like it's a war against God.
Now, let me just consider the optics of this by saying that as a person who stands up on top of a stage for a living and says his ideas, do you really think it's a smart idea to say from an extremely vulnerable position from a security standpoint that people should be shot if someone disagrees with them?
Just think before you sleep. I say this out of nothing but respect. In a war between the forces of good and the forces of evil, the forces of evil can rest assured the forces of good will not murder them in public. That's why Destiny doesn't need security at college campuses.
Well, he knows he can say that because despite the current rhetoric of the left, the right is not violent. And unlike the left, there aren't massive amounts of people who believe political assassinations are justified, as well as domestic terrorism. But I will also note that Bob Dylan here tried to pretend...
Obviously, there's going to be exceptions on all sides, by the way. Just to be clear, there are obviously going to always be exceptions. There's definitely going to be violent people on the right. There's definitely going to be violent people on the left. It's definitely going to happen. Because there's going to be crazy people and radicals on all sides. It's just vast, super fucking majority on the left, by coincidence, by chance. By the way, so you know I made my graph that I responded to JD? Just then, I responded to him with this. Do you know what Think Before You Sleep messaged me? You can take a screenshot. I have to show you what he sent me. He sent me the craziest thing I've ever received in my entire life. Check this out, man. Check this out. He sent me this, and this is just great. This is in my DMs to Think Before You Sleep. I made some improvements to your graph, and he removed 2 of the red lines. That's not diabolical. I was being generous, okay? I was being generous, all right? I put 3 red lines, all right? And then he says, I fixed your graph. And he removed 2 of them. This is a DM from the GOAT. I'm just saying, absolutely diabolical. Anyway.
And he didn't say he was okay with people being assassinated.
Real quick, at no point during yesterday's show was Charlie Kirk's death celebrated.
You're a liar and a retard. Is that a Palestine flag behind him? Wow.
So make no mistake, an uncomfortable amount of people on the left who have been calling everyone heartless villains for years were perfectly okay with this guy being shot in front of his family for words they didn't like.
There are, I think I've seen about 7 instances of people selling merchandise and memorabilia with this horrible image of Charlie Kirk's neck of leaking blood. People are making stickers of it. It is, needless to say, very fucked up.
Of course they made merch. Very capitalistic of them.
I didn't realize how sick liberals were until the Charlie Kirk situation. Like, I don't want to live on the same planet as these people. Like, I have experienced real racism.
This is just a normal guy. This is a normal dude that's just recognizing normal reality. And he's like, wow, this is fucked up. That's where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we're at. The normal people are like, yeah, that's crazy.
In my life, actually.
It has nothing to do with leftists, right-wing guys. It's good racism. to humans.
So, and I don't think those people deserve that.
And by the way, I'm planning an entire video on how the left is completely fallen and everyone's leaving the left.
You guys can't even deal with an actual political discourse with a center-right political figure.
But the question is why? Why are they okay with this? What could he have possibly said that was so offensive that he deserved to die?
By the sword, die by the sword. He did say that gun deaths were an acceptable side effect of gun rights. Charlie Kirk?
Therefore, it's good that someone murdered him? So, what are you saying? That you have no principles and you're retarded?
I mean, he himself said a couple of deaths here and there aren't so bad. Keep our Second Amendment right.
Oh my god, I recognize that crazy bitch. She's the one from the video that I did about leftist violence. What an unexpected cameo. But okay, he said something like people should die so his greedy ass can have guns. And they kept citing this clip here, so let's watch it.
I'm a big Second Amendment fan, but I think most politicians are cowards when it comes to defending why we have a Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment...
A lot of people keep saying that bullshit. It's like, oh, you don't need an AR-15 for hunting. It is not about the hunting. It's about protecting ourselves.
Amendment is not even about personal defense. That is important. The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend yourself.
I know what he's going to say. So you can defend yourself from a tyrannical government. If a government decides to rise up and shut you down and make people, like they're doing in England, by the way, arresting people for posting memes, you will be able to defend yourself. That's what the Second Amendment is actually for. They're the great equalizer. They put power in the hands of the people. That is democracy. You cannot have democracy without weapons. You can't, because...
Opening chime checking account in 2 minutes. We'll spot you up to $200 for a festive spring and beyond. Apply now.
Feeling overwhelmed by volatile markets? Harness mofos algo trading to empower your trades. Simple, automatic, and no coding required. First, build your own preferred trading strategies. Conditions to be met preset by you. Second, simply backtest to evaluate how it would have performed. And finally, run live your preferred strategies automatically. Your trades are now the algo way, while you're just living your life. Download Momo Desktop and use it for free today.
Against a tyrannical government. Governments tend to get tyrannical. And that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families. Now we must also be real. We must be honest with the population.
For the record, there's a new law that was passed in Canada that if someone breaks into your house in Canada, you have to let them steal whatever they want to steal without fighting back. If you fight back, and you will not be protected by self-defense. You have to let them steal whatever you want to steal, and then you can sue them in court to get it back. That's Canada. Pepper spray is illegal in Canada now for self-defense. First was guns. There we are. Cancel is doctrine. That's Canada, right? What are we doing, guys? And what are you going to do? You're going to fight back against the government? You can't. You can't fight back against the government. You don't even have weapons.
Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you have 50,000 less auto fatalities.
Correct.
But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty reasonable argument. Saying that someone should have died for that is batshit insane.
Yep.
Because you can apply his logic to anything, really.
Yep.
Like workplace deaths. I'm willing to pay the cost of someone at some point getting into a lethal accident while stocking shelves so that I can drive to the store and go get groceries. And I know all of you are okay with that, too. People in power plants die. Should we get rid of electricity? Do you know how many people would die if we got rid of electricity tomorrow? That would probably devastate the entire thing.
Guns also save lives. Like, dude, everyone likes talking about how many people are killed by guns. No one actually wants to talk about how many people were saved by guns. Which is obviously, it's an impossible metric. You can't actually count the lack of death. But no one actually is willing to recognize that that is a very, very real fact. A lot of people are saved by guns. For example, the church shooting that I just talked about, do you know how it stopped? A guy went to a Mormon church with a gun, he shot 10 people. He was stopped because someone with a gun killed him. If there wouldn't have been someone with a gun to stop him, he would have killed another 10 people.
Our country. So I think most people would say that unfortunate accidents at power plants are worth the benefits of electricity. There's no utopian solution where nobody dies. Everything has a cost, and that's what he was saying. He's saying the death toll of not having guns would be higher because of government tyranny. Like how Hitler disarmed the Jews, and well, we all know what happened after that. These are repeating cycles in history, which is why the reason for the Second Amendment is primarily to stop tyrannical government. Now, since this gotcha moment from the psycho lips who think Charlie deserved to be shot was almost certainly about school shootings, let's listen to what he has to say about that.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. You can significantly reduce them by having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Right.
People say, "Oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings?" I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How do we stop all the shootings at banks? We have armed guards outside of banks.
Thank you. I'm so glad that
It's actually pretty obvious if you think about it. Obviously, there's no perfect world. But, like, for example, I remember there's lots of vandalism against synagogues, right, about 2 years ago. There were lots of vandalism against synagogues. They were breaking windows. They were, like, beating up Jews that went to synagogues. They started actually putting up, police patrol cars, like, outside major synagogues. And it lowered the amount of crime and vandalism and assault, because people are scared of the police. I mean, that's kind of where we're up to, man. That's where we're at. The churches need to do that now. Churches, especially like kids, schools, young kids, Christian camps, Christian schools, they need that immediately.
I'm not the only one saying that all you have to do is put armed guards in schools, and you would almost entirely end school shootings. Of course, two-parent homes are important, and I agree with all the other stuff he said, but if we wanted to end school shootings right now, a couple of guards at each school would stop them. And then we can work on the mental health and cultural issues that cause crimes like that to happen in the first place, which, is the theme of this video. There's a reason why I've included Charlie talking about the importance of two-parent homes. It's a big deal. It's the biggest deal. Actually, speaking of communities that have high rates of single motherhood, here are some stats that I'm sure radical leftists don't want you to know. This comes from the CDC. Did you know that if you remove blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans from the equation, gun homicides in America plummet like crazy? I mean, look at that. This is insane. Black people commit gun homicide at like 10 times the rate of white people. And
It sounds like racism to me. It sounds like you're being racist by telling us the facts. It sounds to me that's a little bit racist.
it's more than that compared to Asians. Guess which communities have strong family values? All right, let's see why else Charlie deserved to die.
How do you feel about Charlie Kirk?
Essentially, every single one of these people has a different reason why Charlie Kirk deserves to die, taking another quote out of context. And every single one of them, basic, like, it's unbelievable.
Being assassinated yesterday on a college campus.
I actually want to say something about this. If you're going to spread hateful shit and you're going to target marginalized groups of people.
Who's targeted? Anyone die because of Charlie Kirk rhetoric?
Oh my god, I've been shot. I won't get shot because I don't do that. I don't have to worry about that. I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for his wife. I feel bad for his daughter. He did that to himself. You want to talk about all this crazy shit? Don't act crazy when other people are going to...
People are evil. Again, it's evil. It's not about politics. It's about evil.
Fucking come and shoot you.
Do you think your life should be in danger for having an opinion?
If it targets marginalized groups of people, yes. You're spreading hateful speech. It's not like I have an opinion about if I like ketchup or mustard. No, you're talking about people who groups marginalized people.
Having an opinion about a black person dying. Just dying. You have an opinion, and it's about black people, we should kill you now. For the record, this is someone that thinks murder is okay because someone has an opinion about a marginalized group, and she doesn't even know that opinion. This is brainwashing. And this is the fucking college student brainwashing. This is someone, for the record, that should vote.
That is hateful speech.
I love how she's like, I believe people should be shot for their opinions, but I'm on the right side of history, so it would be wrong to shoot me. These people never fail to show how self-centered they are. But the more ironic part is how uninformed she is on this. Because Charlie seemed to deeply care about communities that she would consider to be marginalized. Basically, she's saying that he should be shot because he said that black families should stay together.
Some of you out there getting very emotional over Charlie Kirk. Yes, I feel bad for his kids. Not for him, though. He spread racism,
Well, I am personally surprised that this Jabba the Hutt cosplayer, personally, I am surprised that she doesn't have empathy for him, personally. I mean, to be fair, he isn't far. You should smite him at the neck. So, I mean, like, let's be real. He had it covered, right? Literally says it in the Quran, smite him at the neck. Bro, this is the dream. This is the fucking dream. He's far.
Islamophobia, anti-Semitism.
Guys, he's Islamophobic. You should murder him. Let's get more of these things. Empathy, first of all, anti-Semitism. In America, trying to essentially got way more pro-Israel behind the scenes than he even was outwardly. Then you're retarded. And let me just say, with all due respect, and I am not Islamophobic, but with all due respect, I don't think you give a fuck about anti-Semitism or LGBTQ plus propaganda. You are using that, we're using our rights, our words against us to manipulate us and murder us. All right, let me just make this clear. All right, let me make this clear. This is insane and evil. All right, are you crazy? Your holy book wants to kill Jews and LGBTQ plus people. Like, you can shut the fuck up. Like, dude, every time I see like this argument, it makes me literally in shock. Do you know that Palestinians are the most anti-Semitic, anti-LGBTQ plus people on the fucking planet? And these people all go and they chant Free Palestine? Like, dude, what are we doing? Free Palestine, Free Palestine. Meanwhile, Charlie Kirk deserved to die because he hated gay people. Bro, they literally execute gay people in Palestine. But Charlie Kirk deserved to die because of anti-Semitism. First of all, he wasn't anti-Semitic. And second of all, well, they literally murder Jews. The Palestinians murder Jews. Okay, can these people remain consistent for like a fucking second for a second? Unbelievable.
Really, a Muslim that's going to complain about homophobia? Why don't you clean your own house before you criticize others? Especially since Charlie Kirk is known for speaking out against
all those fucking people that are pro-Palestine and say that Charlie Kirk deserved to die for being homophobic. Like, what are we even talking about? Again, zero consistency, zero moral. These people don't care. They have no empathy. They're retard. They're agents of evil. And I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change my mind.
conservatives who wanted to kick gay people out of the party.
Now, look, you and your organization advocate for the acceptance of anti-Christian, immoral lifestyles like homosexuality and transsexuality.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
So are you a proud Trump supporter? So are you sickened that he had a gay man speak at his convention?
Yes.
Then you're not a Trump supporter, my friend. I also do not believe the sort of rhetoric that some people engage in, that all of a sudden that they say there's no place for gay people in the conservative movement. I do not believe that. Jesus Christ talked to all people. Jesus Christ went and did his ministry through Judea and Samaria, and he had dinner with tax collectors, and he had dinner with prostitutes, and he did his ministry in every part of the Mediterranean. What it means to be a Christian, my friend, is to be open-minded but firm in your beliefs, so you can have that belief. But if you say there's something inherently wrong with communicating or associating just because they make different personal decisions than you, sir, are not a conservative.
Andrew Steve,
This is the guy that's celebrating his death because of homophobia. For the record, a lot of people don't know this, but being gay is not a sin. It's having gay sex. That's a sin, according to the Bible. Just for the record. Being gay, that's how God made you, or whatever. You know, some people argue lifestyle, natural, whatever. I don't need to get into that, but it is not a sin, for the record. It's action, not orientation. That the Bible considers a sin. That's one. And two, I'm pretty sure a core tenet of Christian faith is that everyone sins. Not to justify any sins per se, but to recognize that basically everyone does it. You know, so it is this idea of, you know, loving everyone and trying your best to pray for them and work for them and, you know, make them better people. That's crazy. All sins are equal. That's not true. All sins are not equal. No, they're not. There's a reason why the Ten Commandments are the Ten Commandments. It's because that's the top 10. All right.
what happens here when you have more of the context of what someone has said instead of getting all your political takes from idiots on TikTok. I'm not saying that you have to do intense research here, but if you can't even watch a 2-minute clip that's not being filtered through the lens of your favorite creator before you decide if someone should be shot, then you're a retard and no one should listen to you. Speaking of transphobia, does this sound transphobic?
I'm a transgender male. What age should kids be able to get things like hormone therapy? Because I don't know what's true, what's not.
Tell me, are you comfortable telling me your story?
I've known that since like 3rd grade, and I'm currently 19, almost 20. I just don't know like with the whole medical stuff, like what's true, what's not, what's helpful, because I've heard so many different opinions.
First of all, thank you so much for that. And so I'm going to have an opinion that very few people will ever tell you, which is I want you to be very cautious putting drugs into your system in the pursuit of changing your body. I instead encourage you to work on what's going on in your brain first. I think what you need first and foremost is just a diagnosis. Just someone that is going to listen to what you've gone through, listen to what else is going on, find prayer for you. And very people say this. I actually want to see you become real. I know that in that light, but I think that is something.
Hey, yo, Joker.
Dígame.
Ven para que le piques a las torretas para que no te maten. Ven.
Bueno, no te he entendido nada, tío.
Ven afuera.
Ok, voy. Me he autorizado ya, ¿en todas?
¿Ya las autorizaste?
Sí.
¿Las 3?
Sí, las 3.
Bueno, voy a poner unas 3 más, ven.
Ok, voy. Vale, he puesto a quemar fuel ya y todo.
Ya, son 6, ¿eh?
Sí, estoy en todas.
Ok.
Aquí habrá que ponerle pinchos, ¿no? O algo. ¿Me acompañas un momento?
¿Cómo?
Acompáñame, que vamos a raidear la casa que tiene puerta de madera.
¿De aquí enfrente?
Sí.
Vale, pues. ¿Tienes las cosas para raidar?
Sí.
Ok. Déjame.
Por si acaso.
Ok, déjame agarrar mi pistola. ¿No tienes bandas para curarme? Tengo.
Dos torretitas. Hay un loot ahí, mira, frente. ¿Vamos?
¿Cómo?
That you can achieve. I think that with the right team and the right people, you don't have to wage war on your body. You can learn to love your body.
I mean, I gotta say, they're killing me. They're killing me. I'm suffering watching them. Like, my heart is breaking. My heart is breaking. And this is the person that they're dragging in the media for being a bigot. Like, dude, it's absolutely insane. It's insane. But, yeah, they really killed the negotiator. Because, I mean, listen, between you and me, don't spread this on Twitter. There's conflicting genders. And literally everyone that thinks that there are.
¿Cómo?
Que si veías lo que cae.
Yo te estaba siguiendo a ti. No sé dónde exacto cayó.
Ni yo.
Retarded. I mean, they're actually retarded. They're not living in reality. That is the level of retarded. Obviously, when someone is so mega brainwashed, you're not going to be able to convince them, you know? And so he knew that he wouldn't be able to convince this very warped, manipulated child. So basically, he spoke to her in the most, positive, wholesome way ever, and didn't affirm her delusion. As I said at the beginning of the stream, the B in LGBT, bisexual, literally means they're two genders. Okay, you guys make it stop this shit. So this is crazy. Like, he was such a compassionate man. And he was
Oiga, ¿y esta casa? Esta casa antes no estaba así.
Ya lo radiaron mis compas.
Ah, ok.
Eso fue anoche, sí.
I don't know, I believe he speaks the truth. I really do. And so did Charlie. And he didn't mince words, but he had a love for
Y ya dos torretitas, ¿eh?
respect for him.
Más para poner.
¿Cómo dices?
Encontré dos torretas más.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah.
And that has to be one of the most compassionate. You know, Charlie didn't go out there and say, actually, being gay is not a sin. He didn't do that. He didn't mince words. He didn't twist the words of the Bible to fit his ideology. He didn't twist the word of God to fit him. He twists himself to fit what God wants. And that's honestly the difference between a good man and a great man, in my opinion. It's you, let's say, thinking one way and then recognizing that you're wrong. Because God said something else, that's a great man. That's a great man. And Charlie never buckled.
Allá hay una casa que podríamos ir a verla, ¿no? También.
¿Cómo dices?
Hay una casita que podemos ir a ver. Ahora me paso.
Sí, está bien.
Something for everybody. What a hero, man. I can't believe we lost him. In empathetic ways to phrase that, doesn't force his beliefs, says what he thinks, and shows respect. It sounds like he really cares about this trans person. And also, I have to say that I've been watching Charlie Kirk a ton in prep for this video, and you have to take this guy wildly out of context to make it seem like he said something 1% as bad as anything you see Hassan regularly going viral for saying or doing. Keep in mind that... By the way, I've watched hours and hours and hours of it before he died and after he died. Good man. You know, he went out there and he preached the word of God every single day. Every single day. that there are crazies out there scrubbing through all of Charlie's content, and that gun thing was the worst thing they could find. Meanwhile, Hassan is here doxing his enemies.
Dylan Burns, Hunter Avalon, Hutch, Destiny's own personal chef. Like, this is what happened. This is what took place.
To be clear, on the actual stream, none of this personal info was censored. And by the way, for all the terrible things that Hassan has done, I don't think he should be shot. Maybe he should spend some time in jail, though. All right, two more. I'm just going to quickly sum these up.
I'm never advocating for something like that.
People said they were mad because Charlie didn't like the civil rights movement.
Oh, I just saw this video where he said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Get out.
I'm not sure if I entirely agree with him on this because I don't think I know enough of the exact history. But basically his argument is that the resulting...
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said that there were more black families that were together that had two parents in the house before than after. He didn't say that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, period. He said that if you look historically, it used to be 25% of black families that were raised by a single mom, and now it is closer to 75% of black families that are raised by a single mom. He's saying that if you look historically, black families were stronger then. Not that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, for the record. But again, they'll take it out of context every possible way. And they need to justify his murder. Because you don't understand. They called him a Nazi and a fascist. They don't call you a Nazi if they think you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi because they want people to think you're a Nazi so they can kill you.
Affirmative action and DEI programs are actually harmful to the people that they're supposed to be helping, and harmful to everyone else. I can see how there's an argument there, and maybe some of that should be reformed, because affirmative action and DEI are cancer. Last, they were mad that Charlie said that you should not be allowed to abort a baby if they were the product of sexual assault. I would contend that this is kind of a hot take. Personally, I believe there should be some special exceptions for abortion, so I don't think Charlie and I would see eye to eye on this 100%. However, make no mistake that the reason his opponents are using the sexual assault argument is so they can justify using abortion as birth control. And personally, I think using abortion as birth control is highly immoral and should be illegal. Either way, saying that someone should be shot for any...
All right, well, I'm going to run the fence for that Charlie take because I think a lot of people are unbelievably cringe. All right, unbelievably cringe. You people are all retarded. Okay, let me actually run defense for the Charlie take. If abortion is murder, then you're literally murdering a baby for your convenience. Okay, I'm sorry. That's the case. All right, if abortion is murder, which Charlie believes, which is, in my opinion, I think abortion is murder, and unless it's literally to help the life of the mother, it shouldn't be done. Unless it's an actual, health risk, I don't think it should happen. You're killing a baby, like, especially when you look at it and you actually look at the science. My perspective is you're murdering a baby. Okay, it's true. Rape is horrible. It's true that this person would be, suffering and it would be wildly inconvenient for her entire life. But that doesn't justify murdering an innocent baby. All right, I'm sorry, it doesn't. It doesn't justify that. So this is insane. And these people that are saying that take is bad, these people are brainwashed, so brainwashed that they think murdering babies is okay. First of all, 99% of abortions are done due to convenience, not because of rape or health risks. 99%. You know what? If we could shake hands on saying that 99% of abortions should be illegal, I would be, I'd actually, you know what? I'd be satisfied. I'd be satisfied that I saved 990,000 children a year, because there's over 1 million abortions a year in America. 99% of them are convenience. All right? So, again, rape babies, very extenuating circumstance. His perspective is, I'm sorry you were raped. You should have taken a morning after pill and not become pregnant. You were negligent and you didn't take a morning after pill. You did become pregnant. Now you want to murder somebody for your convenience? Sorry. His take makes a lot of sense. And the people taking him out of context and say this is the reason why he deserved to die are subhuman filth that support the murder of babies.
These opinions is insane. But the problem is that there are now probably hundreds of thousands or millions of people in America who are open about their belief that you should die for believing something they don't.
I told her to put all in his hands because she don't tell. And the fact that it's taking this right now, the fact that it's taking I understand how it's saying it. The fact that it's taking Charlie Kirk's assassination for people to realize there's a war on God, and it was the murder of 1 million babies goes to show how fucking diabolical and successful Satan is at manipulating us. All right, that's my opinion. You could disagree. From my perspective, bro, the Bible talks about these child-sacrificing death cults in pagan civilizations that fought the Israelites. All right, bro, we're here. We're literally here. You gonna tell me there's no war on God? There's a fucking Holocaust, a baby Holocaust in America every year.
That Charlie Kirk got shot, and I said, good. So we get into this whole conversation about it, and she goes, well, you can't hate people for their political views. And I'm like, yes, I can. Like, that's specifically why I hate people sometimes. You can't hate me for my views because my views don't infringe upon your rights. You don't hate me for what I believe in because it doesn't interfere with your life. Some of these views are dangerous. And I'm glad he got shot. Hopefully he dies. I don't care.
I'm in disbelief of how stupid her reasoning is. But notice how she's like, yeah, I think you should get to kill people who say things I don't like, but I'm on the right side of history, so you shouldn't get to kill me,
I
right?
also want you to pay attention that 99% of the people that are posting these TikToks, no, maybe not 99, maybe that's extreme, 90% of the people that are posting these TikToks celebrating are women. The empathetic of the genders. The emotional ones. The ones that understand and feel so deeply about people.
Because the people who promote murder are always the good guys, though she's not the only one with these beliefs.
So the day after Charlie Kirk died, I was in class. My teacher said, I'll give you 5 minutes for hot takes about Charlie Kirk. I was the only person who raised their hand. I said, I've been saying we need to bring back political assassinations. I don't feel bad, and I don't think that everyone deserves the right to free speech. I think some people should be afraid to express their opinion in public.
Literally leave America.
So this part is literally about revolution in China. All of our readings for this month have been talking about how violent revolution liberated millions of people.
Jarvis, are we talking about an empath? Is there an empath that we're talking? Are we talking about an empath right now? Is this an empath? Let me check. I need to see if we're talking about an empath. Hold on. Jarvis today. Yep, it's an empath, ladies and gentlemen. But we found an empath. All right. Yeah, let's pay attention to the empath today. All right, this is important.
Liberated women. And then our reading for that day was specifically about democratic dictatorship, where Mao writes about, yes, people deserve free speech, but there should not be free speech for reactionaries and imperialists and like capitalists and all these people who are at the revolution because
You are a fucking sleeper agent. Capitalists don't deserve free speech. Literally, why are you here?
that was the comment that was made.
I love how these people never think that anyone would shoot them for their opinion. Or really, maybe it's just an admission that they know the right is not actually violent, so they aren't afraid to say these things. But also, these people are so stupid that they think they would survive a violent revolution or a civil war without any major injuries or without any of their friends and family dying.
Well, some people have to get shot.
Developing news today instead.
It's the anti-gun. Well, anyway, we need to kill all the people we didn't.
People love saying stuff like that because they think it's never going to be them, right? Like, everybody likes saying this kind of stuff because they assume that when this happens, it's all going
just going to be the bad guys.
to happen to somebody else, or somebody else is going to have to do it.
Understand that if this country breaks down, you'll be lucky if you don't die. In this case, this person was willing to burn down the system over Dunkin' Donuts, so the revolution isn't sending its best. But this is why you don't encourage political violence, because it will always come back to you. Whatever you do to them will be done to you, and it's actually disgusting how brazen these people feel in telling everyone to murder their political opponents.
And so we need to get the wife too. Fuck her. She just as motherfucking truthful.
Let me just say this. I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him sooner. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, don't stop with him. Don't let him be the head dog. Get rid of them all.
Why them? Why not you? I don't understand. Why them? Right, these people will go out there and say MAGA people are the ones with guns and the ones that are violent, the white people are the killers. And then be like, we need to get rid of more people. Like, this is crazy.
It was so crazy. I watched like
For the record, I don't want anyone to kill us, okay? It's evil. We have to recognize evil. We have to destroy evil. It's not violent.
Just atrocious. His wife deserves to go too. That's fucking what his wife is.
She married a guy that said things this person disagrees with, so she should be murdered. Okay? And again, just make this clear, okay? Just make this clear. The intelligence. This fat fuck got arrested for threatening to shoot up a pride parade. Again, I think they should have arrested him. This fat fuck is arrested. And these people aren't. What is going on? What is happening? What are the activist judges running defense to these people? What's going on?
They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality in that room. Like, no, it's scary. Oh, it's just scary.
The more I see stuff like this, the more I think we should just start arresting people for saying it.
Incitement of violence stuff, I think, every month. I want to see full fucking crackdown. All of every single one of these stuff. They're not safe to be around. I think people safety risk. I absolutely think that they should be treated like the Antifa domestic terrorists. Antifa, these are like skanky fascists, and these are still fascists, and then they label everyone they don't like a fascist. Sorry, bro. That's what I'm saying. All these people gotta go. Holy shit. So check it out, guys. My rate thing works, for example. America would be safe if ex-Nick Fuentes alliance. What if they actually be a bunch and immediately be instituted by fascist Congress, this new dictatorship, fake fascism, but again, that's not great. Regardless. But we got a couple of flaggers. So, constitutional fascism is lying and a cult of violence, but ultimately advocating for it and calling yourself fascist. We got a couple of flags. But we have a lot of them. Spiritual anti issues. Nah, man, that's crazy. Nah, man. Are you like people think I'm serious? Dude, I have to stop trolling people on Twitter, man.
It's not there yet, but bit by bit, I'm getting closer. The violent rhetoric has to stop. It's not good that people on the internet are constantly trying to push the mentally ill into murdering people on the opposite political team. And by that, I mean it's basically only meant to attack the right. Leftists are the only ones who have this incredibly violent cultural narrative. And it goes past Charlie Kirk and Trump. Here's someone telling people to kill Liz of TikTok. This next guy is telling people to kill Elon.
I showed this endless tweets people saying to kill me.
And all the Elon and Trump stuff, it's getting to a point, man. It's getting like somebody's gonna have to, preferably someone who's already doing, so one of y'all, but somebody's gonna have to just throw their life away. And this one, just kind of take one for the team.
Terrorism. People need to go to jail. These people are not safe to be in public. I don't understand why, as a country, we're not doing anything about it.
And just somebody is gonna just, kind of get in there. Go make it. You know who you are. You know who you are. So just buck up and do your duty,
Okay, why don't you throw your life away if it's such a good cause? These people are spineless. And, you do realize that you're trying to call yourself a good guy when
stands for terrorism.
but you're saying that you would willingly engage in human sacrifice to win a politics. Again,
Radical, jihad, leftoid intersect. That's kind of where we're at. The unholy alliance.
I think that this country is way too lenient on threats and calls to action for political violence. Speaking of arresting people, let's talk about the shooter. Much to the dismay of alt-right conspiracy theorists, he was not on a plane to Israel the minute the shooting was over. They caught him 2 days later, I think. Here he is. His name is Tyler Robinson, and he was turned in by his own father, who was a conservative, which the left were just so happy about. Hassan?
Hey, Joker. ¿Te disparó la torreta? ¿No te disparó a ti?
No.
Oh, las torretas estaban disparando. Ten cuidado allá afuera.
Pues no veo a nadie,
Hassan was just giddy at the thought of the shooter being MAGA.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them.
Right, because I've never heard of any kid who has rebelled against their parents' political beliefs. Surely Dean Withers didn't end up on the left despite having MAGA parents, and neither did Destiny.
This is the guy calling the Charlie Kirk shooter a right-wing conservative MAGA guy, by the way. The guy living with his trans partner and lover, furry enjoyer, notices bald goo-goo guy who uses anti-fascist terminology, the Bella Ciao song used by Antifa, literally his own mother, own family, and friends, said he's a heavily left-wing radical. He wrote a message saying, "I want to protect you, my love," to his trans partner, and he obviously thought Charlie was a transphobe and wanted to take him out. This guy killed the most effective conservative activist in a generation. But no, he's a right-wing conservative. He was a MAGA grifter, actually. He's probably an Aspen Goldman.
No way this kid was on the right. Nobody calls people fascists but far-left nutjobs. Though personally, I don't have much interest in the shooter outside of thinking it's funny that he was a furry, or looking at these super cringe messages that he sent to his transgender partner. He seems to mostly be a complete idiot who fired a gun and caused a COVID-sized political rift. Oh, and then there's that old guy. Except there's no right-wing violence burning down our fucking cities. I who claimed that he was the shooter so that the real one could get away. I hope he was arrested as a pedophile. Finishes the rest of his days in prison. Nice job, soldier. But what I'm more interested in is what caused all of this. Why do so many Americans think political violence is okay? I mean, this is a different country than the... Well, I think it starts in small ways, like a news organization showing off a self-gun by mock assassinating Trump.
Okay, Donald Trump's here, so let's say the guitar's ahead. Yeah. No, well, I'm going on the way. Seems like I feel like there needs to be a laser. Which one? This is
Yeah, I think yeah, just stuff like that. Certainly a lot of them don't think it's a joke. And they think it's a joke. I think he has actually that he's had. Then for years, it's had word for violence with the microaggression. Personally caused that violence and aggressive team to actually go from. Now we have a bunch of idiots like this person that J.K. Rowling is responding to who say words are violence. No, they aren't. You don't get to kill somebody because they hurt your feelings. I mean, look at the escalation on this. Around 2017, they were saying that you should be fined and then jailed for misgendering people, and Jordan Peterson went viral for opposing that. Now they're saying that you should get to kill people for misgendering. You see what a slippery slope violence is? So that kind of stuff was the boiling the frog era, and once they got you to accept the lighter stuff, Hassan and his fan club could actively promote violence.
Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers, slicing and dicing them. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Seven.
Yeah, let's remind each other that the Texas fan club was arrested for threatening Pride Parade. And he should have been. He should have been.
Bellevue Drive and I'm gonna kill you with my AR-15. Like that's the type of messages they were leaving at this dude's office. And he's resigning. Like he's literally his last term.
We do need to make sure we do. We got to keep attracting younger viewers that want to fuck your talk, when they're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Hassan's spent all of his time running super violent and super hostile rhetoric, along with multiple calls to action for violence. But when he has to watch the consequences of it, he can't handle it. You're too close to a person.
Oh my god, he's definitely pissed. Oh my god, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh my god.
Look at all the empathy. Look at all the empathy, guys.
Oh my god. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah. No, that footage, that you do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. You do not want to see that.
How many people have you told your audience to assassinate? This is what an assassination looks like.
What's up, Charlie? How you doing?
Then you get assassinated. Then celebrate. What a fun time. Such good banter there. Everyone's laughing. Isn't this so great? Well, now he's dead. And personally, I think Hassan is at minimum partially responsible for this. He said this numerous calls for violence and support of killing.
That's very different than supporting the terrorists taking an eye out in war. Okay, alright, you don't have to like it. There are levels to terrorism.
Also, I think most of the shots that Hassan shows as videos in real life that easily happen to him. So maybe promoting political violence and violence from movies is a bad idea.
This is like, oh, fuck, they're making it harder. Oh, shit, the Republicans are gonna get support over this. I think that's like...
Joder, me desconecto, ¿vale?
I think that...
Voy a cenar.
¿Cómo es eso?
Que voy a ir a cenar, que me desconecto.
Oh, sí, yo también ahorita.
He conseguido un par de armas y un par de cositas.
¿Cómo?
Que he conseguido armas y alguna que otra cosita más.
Ok, está bien. Bueno, pues, hasta luego.
Luego.
Big shock, and it's like, oh, fuck, it did it in a cool way. He died in a cool way. Why couldn't he have died in, like, an accident or something? That's probably and in Charlie's situation, he has played a formative role in his own demise by mutilating. Okay, fuck you. Taking apart in his making an environment that normalizes his death and destruction.
Holy shit, Hassan. Pay attention to your own suggestions. Also, study that compilation of Charlie Kirk's calling for violence. That's Charlie finding a very easiest way to find a song calling for violence. Oh, and don't forget our good, level-headed radio voice. You always have to have and you know that it's all the stuff that comes into radio, and he is a bad representative. So, but it's going to be a story of fiction. Everybody is done. So, they look at the issue of right now, they don't feel like there's, like, you know, I don't know what the is. It's just everybody on that. This guy is perfect. Hey, everyone, let's go to the they decided to flag it and try to kill people to turn down the temperature. Not to say that this shouldn't be expected. Destiny literally thinks his own parents should die for being Trump supporters. How about your parents? They get their breaks blown out of the rally to feel the same attitude that they were not seeing the president after all. One, you remember that. Perhaps a stupid question because the outcome is true. You don't support the church of the president, that whatever comes with that is real, that's real consequence. It's not a fucking joke. My mom is an immigrant in the United States of America. She's 5 years old. She was really hard to get here. She served for 20 years in the Air Force. I don't know exactly what they're doing. I don't know exactly what they're supporting. It was my mom that, you know, ranted at me for over a decade about that people, the USSR, Christian, all this icons and all that shit. So whatever, you know, maybe growl it, maybe whatever the fuck. But had the black box created to it. That's all I know.
Is this the people you want in your party? Like this, the gay kids are fucking evil.
It's their decision. You don't want to fucking lose the day. We all have our own options on sometimes. We all have our own decisions to make. This isn't even all the drama around Destiny. For those of you who don't know, but it's not a good Destiny is also William after he had saved child sexual abuse material to his computer. This was after Destiny was already in trouble for filming non-consensual sex tapes and then sharing them. Which makes all these things he said that make a lot more sense. There are 15 more pictures that were like some pictures that have to do with the gun picture. It looks like you have to do it when you navigate that.
You just didn't do one thing.
I mean, those are some really suspicious takes. So there's been a lot of promotional violence along with saying that people who say things that you disagree with should be physically assaulted or worse. And now that all that foundation has been set up, all you have to do to get someone assaulted or worse it's run a massive smear campaign against them and label them as basically Hitler, so then it's okay to attack them.
This one is weeks before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, CNN right with Destiny. Charlie Kirk is spawned mistake.
So here's the interesting thing. It's not just weirdos like Destiny who do this. This type of narrative is very common with leftists. They call everyone who disagree with a fascist. Followed by ironically participating in some of the most fascistic censorship campaigns. And when I say that, I mean that right-wing speakers have to go into colleges with full-on security detail just to do a talk.
Speech is not a leftist battle. That is why they have to deploy shock troops called Antifa. Everywhere I go, University of California, Davis, Texas.
Charlie, I know you're watching. You're smiling at me. Antifa's terrorist organization.
There has to be 120 police officers because of the violent threats of liberals that want to disrupt our events. There are no right-wing minorities that come to events like this. Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, myself, Candace Owens, 24/7, 365, armed security to prevent ourselves from the violent attacks from the left. So I think it's rather clear there's one side that is trying to do everything they can to shut one side up, and one side that's trying to open up the marketplace of ideas. And I think that's rather self-evident.
He's serious. I went to some of these political speeches when I was younger, and not only did the speakers have their own security, but the audience had to be protected by police officers too, because the anti-BLM would show up trying to cause a riot or try to beat up attention.
Shut down the entire college. From attacking them. Like, you don't understand how insane it is. This didn't happen on the left. This was non-existent. It was non-existent. You know what? Because they are in their little fucking thought bubble with fucking ideological bullshit that colleges are pushing down their throats, manipulating and trying their hand to convince them that every single godly value is evil. That is how colleges operate. They look at what God says and they're like, you know what? Let's actually take a system form. And they will shut down anyone that wants to preach.
And again, if these people call anyone they disagree with a Nazi, and then say punch a Nazi. So let's be clear, when they say that people should be killed for having the wrong political beliefs, they mean you.
This is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. This right here is you. And this is their reaction when you are killed. This is their ecstasy when the floor of the subway car awash in your blood. This is you. Make no mistake, that is the symbol of man, these are his children who will never be able to hug their dad. These are the people who smugly revel in this, and they won't stop with just Charlie.
I think this is spot on, like that video that man made about American companies trying to use H-1B visas to replace all the American jobs with cheap Indian labor.
I think the truth behind that is he's not a guy that remotely had it coming, not that anybody does yet. He's not even on the radar of guys that deserve that. What he represents is because he's such a non-martyr material, he represents that it can happen to everybody, and I see a lot of people saying, that's my uncle's politics, that's my grandfather's politics, and they are now realizing that, oh, they want my loved one's dead. Yeah, for holding some of the most benign political stances.
Right.
that has absolutely no moral foundation. Like, you have to understand how it's made. Like, people don't recognize this. People don't recognize this. Like, molesting is not a party of better morals and ethics. It's a party of zero morals and ethics. It's a party of preference. It's a party of hedonism. It's a party of violence. Because there's nothing inherently wrong with violence. They don't believe in some sort of moral foundation to anything that they say. Nothing is moral. If morality is subjective, then Hitler was subjectively moral. And that's what they're living in, right? So they can justify anything. And their morals are so flimsy, they can literally justify anything. Justify any assassination, any political violence. The bad guys. They're against the bad guys. The good guys are against the bad guys. Where's this for? No such thing as sexual degeneracy. That doesn't exist. That does not exist by them. Because morals are preference.
I think that Charlie Kirk had some of the most incredibly benign political takes that the majority of people would agree with, which is why he was so funny.
That's the funniest thing. Like Bill Maher, he's a leftist, he's a liberal, right? And he goes up there and makes fun of like the Second Amendment. For example, here's your Charlie Kirk. Pretty
The Ten Commandments, the right side of the Ten Commandments, good places.
The right.
Well, it's the left side, I think, you got the big problem, right?
I have a problem with 8 of the 10 because only 2 of them are laws.
You got a problem with 8 of them.
2 of them are law. Only 2. Don't kill
and don't steal.
And don't steal. Like, I mean, this idea that God, you're good with those, like the first word that we tell us God should. It's just like, you know what,
Don't
God.
bring your parents is not
God's like a pimp who's in the next room. And what are you on the phone with there, girl? You know, I guess I'm testing.
Hold on, but again, I'm not offendable on this, but I think you could have, I know you think fundamentally religious, but there's something before about how we do today.
Oh, my God,
like honoring the Sabbath.
Oh, I adore you. Things better. Well, the Sabbath, you know, I mean, the Sabbath.
But slowing down and saying that we're not.
I know, but do you need, why would you need a religion to get to that? Why would you need a religion to, hey, let's not kill each other?
That's why Charlie Kirk, the guy who was killed a month after this interview was done. Wow, looks like 50% of your entire political party needs that commandment. It's almost like 50% of people on the left who God to tell them not to kill. Not to kill.
And take a day off. Like, I don't need a threat or a character for that. It's just so intrinsic. It sort of reminds me of...
But I disagree. I think God gives a day off actually okay things, otherwise I'm forced the entire time. If God would tell me to take a day off, bring up for the record, by the way, I would. I also like to understand the implications of the Sabbath because I think you're right. First of all, right? Your family time, you shut down, you don't work. The issues of the world don't exist, right? I'm not dating vacation right now. It's all about family time, right? You do realize that right, slavery was a thing that existed for a very long time. Slaves would get Sabbath off too. They would also get a mandatory day off work, as an example. All right. So again, like this is the most moral system ever created. No one has ever given slaves a day off, ever, except for what? No one in history has ever done that. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, not the point. Not the point. But yes, my point was, the reason why I brought this up was, because you do need God to tell you not to kill, at least some of them.
So when they're saying that he should be killed, they're saying that you should be killed. And these people have the audacity to lie and call the right to party of violence. January 10th. January 10th. And again, if there are any people out there who are trying to make you feel bad for this, don't forget that they have done this to their political enemies for over a decade. You can't. Every time someone's like, "Are you literally using the legal system against your opponents? Are you fucking retarded? You tried to jail and then kill Trump. Are you crazy?" You can play competitive video games like Super Smash Brothers without these assholes trying to threaten you and throw cancel culture at you.
Say there's two genders in life.
To make it clear, that's where we're at. This next event comes from a YouTuber who goes by Technicals, talking about his Super Smash Brothers friend Hack's Money, who recently passed after complications from a suicide attempt. After Hack's passed, Technicals gave a speech that points out that a major contributor to Hack's poor mental health was bullying and cancel culture from the Smash community, which is full of radical leftists, by the way. In response to that speech, we can see the exact same evil behavior that we see around Charlie Kirk.
Need someone from the Smash community to fuck up Technicals IRL. Put a little fear into him. Lil Chud is out of control. Why? It's always someone else. That's how you know that my speech hit the right target audience, because these are the people who were crying about Leffen getting death threats. Jarvis, hold up. Jarvis, hands. Jarvis, hands. Yeah, it's a guy with empathy. It's an empath. Guys, it's an empath. I checked. I did analysis. It's an empath. It's someone with empathy. It's someone with empathy. All right, anyway, moving on. Lil, they're saying that I need to be killed. They don't see the irony of it. They're like, let's keep Hacks banned for life because Leffen got death threats, but fucking kill this guy that I don't like, please. So because they dislike me, they justify wanting me assaulted, say I should be killed, I should die. None of these people are going to have anything happen to them for saying this about me, because the people in charge agree with them, and there's no objective standard of behavior.
We absolutely need to break. Dude, we have laws for a reason. Fucking destroy them. Destroy them. Don't sit there and fucking tweet.
It's not like a standard where, okay, you broke this is the punishment, it said it right there.
Dude, every time I see Pam Bondi tweeting, we are taking this completely with so much responsibility. I'm like, bro, Hassan Piker is literally broadcasting and celebrating the murder of innocent people on Twitch right now. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
No, it's, someone I don't like broke this rule? Okay, now time to actually enforce our code of conduct. And it's so blatantly obvious that that's what's happening.
Right, that's exactly how social media has been. Twitch especially, they have rules, and if they like you, they don't enforce them. But if they hate you, then they'll just make up rules that don't even exist and say you broke them. And keep in mind, this is not just a petty get woke, go broke drama. This is a workplace safety issue, which means that if a company ignores employees who are threatening or refuses to... You have to stop. This is not cancel culture. That's why I saw so many people say, you don't like when cancel culture happens to you. No.
My dear friend, this has nothing to do with cancel culture. You are a public safety hazard. We will destroy you.
Remove them from the workplace. It's an OSHA violation.
Threats related to Charlie Kirk must be reported. If you are posting something like this, anything similar or worse, you need to be investigated. So here we go. The secret weapon is OSHA. OSHA refers to the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, the OSHA Act. It is a federal law, a U.S. federal law applying to all states and territories that requires employers to provide a safe workplace free from recognized hazards. Hey, if you're going to say a death threat, a safety threat to others, saying, hey, look, I'm afraid, I'm legitimately scared that this person posting this online is going to come after me for my conservative beliefs. I'm afraid this person is going to do what they did to Charlie Kirk. They're celebrating this. That could be, based on an examination, looking into it, a very, very, very legitimate threat. So why is this so powerful? Why OSHA and not HR? Let me explain why. It's anonymous, so you will not be retaliated against. Human Resources cannot bury it because this is a government. It's going to come through the government regulatory body. They're going to know they got an OSHA complaint. They cannot hide that. And trust me when I tell you, as a corporate attorney, the CEO, the C-suite people, the management people, they will notice when OSHA complaints start coming in because there are legal penalties for non-compliance.
Got it. OSHA it is. It's crazy how they tried to ruin our lives for jokes and memes, but now they're getting all offended that we want to get them fired after they make violent threats. It's not just jokes or memes on their end. This is serious, and these people need to be punished.
I hope non-violently, right? We need to non-violently absolutely fucking destroy them.
We need to. And also we need to mobilize. We need to outnumber them. We need to recruit.
We need to pick up Charlie Kirk's microphone. We need to pick up his microphone. Yep, that's right. From my perspective, you killed the negotiator.
That it's been eye-opening for the public
to see the bloodlust that exists, not just on the fringe left, obviously, but also on the mainstream left, in the aftermath of this assassination.
Yeah, this is a second wake-up call after the first wake-up call, where we watched what people on the mainstream left forced us to do during COVID. The left has some major issues. There's a reason why tons of liberals are now calling themselves politically homeless. And for all the crybaby leftists who are now playing victim here and saying, how dare you do this to us? This is so unfair. Unfair? Are you kidding me? You assholes have not only spent over a decade trying to get people fired from their jobs, but also have engaged in, God, it has to be like 100 riots. And that's how
we also need to stop being pussies about it, alright? If they're engaging in riots, we need to fucking destroy them. We do. Absolutely. Are you crazy? Cancel culture? You're gonna cancel me for saying there's two genders? God invented two genders. You are a perverted bitch that's here to pervert the word of our Lord. Alright? I'm not gonna sit here and take this from you. Absolutely not. No way. In a battle of truth versus lies, I know who's gonna win. Alright? No more backing down. Alright, you have to stop. And now, everyone always says, live and let live. Right? Live and let live. Okay, they want to think there's more genders. Treat them the way they want to be referred to as she, him. Live and let live died. You did not let our man live. You didn't let him live. And you wouldn't let us live. Okay? Sorry. It's a show of force. It's oppression. They're trying to oppress you by, conforming to their perverted, dark, untruthful, lying worldview. Not only am I not going to enable your delusion, but I'm not going to make believe that this shit is anything other than retarded from now on. No more live and let live.
Including them blocking roads. So this is probably, for lack of a better word, a very conservative estimate of all the leftist violence. You locked us into our houses for 2 years, you fucked the economy by doing that, which caused tons of people to lose their jobs, and then you try to force everyone into injecting a rush vaccine into their body. Actually, they did force a lot of people into doing that because they threatened their jobs for not complying. Not to mention that you tried to assassinate Kavanaugh, you tried to assassinate Trump, and you did assassinate Charlie Kirk. And you're still saying that more people on the right should die. I think that moderates and the right are being incredibly generous by only trying to get you guys fired. Though, as you might have guessed, I'm not sure if just getting these people fired is enough in some cases.
Whatever the pretext is, RICO case, whatever, the people who have called for violence, they should have a day in court. That has to happen.
Now, this is kind of a complex conversation, but it's a conversation that needs to be had. The reason it's complex is because whatever you do to them, they can do to you. And when they do it to you, they will be as unfair and malicious as possible. Because while the left is the party of violence, it's not like there aren't a handful of people on the right saying stupid shit too.
Mr. President, I implore you, call for a civil war. Call for a civil war and let us do our thing. Let us go door to door, street by street, and clean this country. Look,
This guy's fucking retarded. Holy shit.
Peaceful man. Time for peace is over. I'm willing to fight and I'm willing to die.
Like, dude, I get why he's angry, but, yeah, nah, bro. Nah, bro. Sorry, dude. Nope. Absolutely not. Righteous justice. That's what we're fighting for. God is just, alright? He's not vengeful. Alright? God is not vengeful. God is just. There's a big difference. Okay? I want to make it clear. When the Bible says that if someone takes a life, his life should be taken, alright? It is not revenge that he killed someone so you execute him. It is not. That's his atonement. His atonement for violating the sanctity of life by murdering someone is his life being taken. Okay? It's justice. It's not vengeance.
Keep in mind, any of you idiots who want civil war should expect to die. And expect that for your friends, and expect that for your family, and expect that for your children. Remember how often Hassan Piker calls for violence and how shocked he was to watch someone die that he didn't even like? And that was just on video. So how about we behave like
that guy's terrible.
Civilized people instead of like a bunch of animals. Though personally, I think that guy is just an idiot who had no real intent on doing anything.
True.
But if we aren't careful with how we write legislation, he could go to prison for that. You might go to prison for making jokes about stuff like that. Now, the current law is that an incitement has to be a direct and immediate threat, which would include something like a major leftist political streamer calling for violence, and then somebody kills somebody the same day or in close proximity to the time that the violence was called for, and they were able to find a connection between the death and the incitement. Personally, I don't think that law is strong enough, because all you have to do is just be patient with your calls for violence. You know, say something that will cause somebody to commit a crime a few weeks or a few years from now, and you're fine. This is how people sell media narratives that cause things like the 2020 riots. So I think we need to have a discussion about new legal language that will allow us to punish violent radicals like all these people trying to encourage a crazy person to go murder somebody as well as media figures like Hassan or Destiny or CNN, who are clearly trying to get people killed. Like, they need to spend a few years behind bars. But what I don't want is this.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech.
Not Scam Blondie. Dude, she's retarded. They have to fire her.
And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society. Do you see more...
No, there's no such thing as hate speech. There is no such thing as fucking hate speech. Hate speech is not real. Hate speech is a bullshit word made up by the left to villainize you. There's no such thing as hate speech. Speech is not violence. Stop. Literally shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. Please fire her. Please fire her. Please, dude. Dude, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? Please, get rid of her.
Enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action. We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle.
Fine. Dude, all she needed to say was incite violence instead of hate speech, and that would be fine. But she needs to be destroyed. They need to fire her. Sorry.
Hear her. Yeah, screw you. There is no such thing as hate speech. How dare she try to bring that retarded term into the right's vocabulary? But outside of that, I'm just thinking here, how about if you make a TikTok with a clear intent to encourage people to kill American citizens or the president, or say, is someone going to do it?
I'm sorry, man. It's an act of terrorism. I don't even feel like you need to go that far. Antifa is considered a terrorist group. Anyone that's engaging in Antifa tactics with a reasonable, like a jury, a reasonable doubt, with beyond a reasonable doubt, they're engaging in Antifa terrorism, they should go away. Anti-fascists, they call themselves.
You get to spend a little bit of time behind bars. I mean, you should at least lose your job for it. Oh, but you're such a hypocrite. You said you didn't like cancel culture. I don't care. Fuck you. I'm not playing that game. You guys know what you did, and we will be belligerent in making sure that you suffer the consequences. This is peace. This is nonviolence, and we can make these changes without rioting or killing innocent people.
Hear me out. This is how we make Pam Bondi work. She goes out, she says so much retarded shit. The government repeals the 19th and women can't vote anymore. It's our only chance. It's our only chance. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. Okay, I don't think that's good. All right, that was just a joke.
People, all we have to do is enforce the damn law, and we will ruin your...
Lies until you repent for what you've done. It's already starting as Trump just declared Antifa as a terrorist organization on the planet. But do you know why they were so pissed at Charlie calling out immigration issues and being brave enough to say things that most people believe in a hostile environment? It's because a bunch of assholes are trying to pull this shit all over the world. And if America fixes the problem, it will get fixed everywhere. And it's a global, because basically everyone follows America no matter what happens. Whatever America does, the rest of the world kind of follows because America is actually kind of fucking awesome. The point is, it is a global problem. I agree, because ultimately the world is at war, whether you like it or not. It is a spiritual war. It is a war against Western civilization, against biblical values, against Christians, against Jews, honestly, because I think that the overlap between Christians and Jews is large enough that they want to kill both of us for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's kind of where I'm going to wrap it up, because the rest of this video seems like he talks about other things. But the point that I'm trying to make is there is absolutely a resurgence in faith in the world, in the country especially. And I think with this resurgence of faith, the devil fights harder. And honestly, that just means we got to be more stalwart in our beliefs. We cannot waver. We cannot shake. Or we cannot stop. They target us for speech. We have to speak louder. They target us for praying. We have to pray harder. They target us for being good people. We have to be better people. That's how you win this war. Make no mistake. You fucking fight legally too. But the fight starts with you. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, man.